Юп-юп-юп. Эй. Plans have changed. No, not this video. Let's see.
Всем здорово! Мечтали ли вы когда-то закрывать зеркало на блейде без жопной боли? А на бабке? А на кавке? Я знаю, что среди моих зрителей таких мазохистов большинство, так что мечтайте дальше. Спустя 2 года после их выхода и год нытья коммунити, мы наконец-то получили хоть какие-то бафы старых корешков. Но насколько они стали сильнее, остается под большим вопросом. Хотя вы и так знаете, что там пиздец. Но давайте затаим интригу. Посмотрим на изменения скиллсета, сборок, того, как они играются и с кем синергируют. Может, наши старички смогут с поднятой грудью вылезать в актуальное зеркало, а может, они все так же заложники новых саппортов, без которых их бафы не имеют никакого смысла. Давайте разбираться. Все время ищете, где купить подписочку на любимую игру подешевле. Вашим поиском пришел. Начнем с моего любимчика, суицидального мальчика, который поразил меня еще до релиза. Ну и потом, когда ему пришлось пачку собирать. На фоне остальных колясочников в Блейдиньо может хоть как-то передвигаться. Не потому что он хорошо сохранился, а потому что новые герои пытаются толкнуть его колесницу. Та же Триби, Сандей, ГГшка, Яшма, все они прекрасно играются с Блейдом, но осталась одна проблема, которую никто не может решить. Что с его помойными мультипликаторами-то делать? Ключевым изменением, которое действительно отразилось на Блейде, а не просто стало quality of life фичей, стало полное скалирование от ХП. Если раньше, как мы помним, Блейдиньо скейлился и от атаки, и от ХП, ибо тогда в игре ХП никто не сосал. И так они частично решили его проблему с командой. Хотя получилось достаточно ебано. И он играл и не с одной броней, но это уже не важно. Теперь же Блейд может по полному ощутить кайф ХП меты. И наконец-то взять себе в команду саппорта, который заливает ему жирные ляшечки. Такого как... ну такого саппорта еще нет. Наверное, еще подождать нужно, и нам дадут ХП саппорта. Но по большему счету изменение скейлов просто позволило перекинуть Блейда и бабку хпшным дебилам. Ибо балансить и что-то делать с метой, когда у героя один ключевой стат, гораздо проще, чем ебать себе мозги с 2 скейлами, которыми душил сам себя Блейд. Второе изменение, которое не менее важно, чем сами скейлы, это добавление агро на скилл. И не просто каких-то копеек, которые раз в 1000 траев позволит словить тычку на Блейде, а не на броне, а ебануто огромное агро, которое повышает шанс на получение по ебалу чуть ли не до 90%. Конкретнее, скилл дает 1000 агро, когда, к примеру, у персонажей охоты таун составляет всего 75. Ну вы поняли. Благодаря этому Блейд начинает как ебанутый скидывать свои бонуски, которые теперь и дамажат приятнее, и заливают 15 энергии. А вы понимаете, что будет происходить с агрессивными уродами, на которых Блейд будет скидывать по 2 бонуски за 1 цикл. И по мелочи там, Блейд теперь лутает повышенный хил всегда, а не только когда у него меньше 50% хп. А этот хил идет в заряд ультимейта. После использования ультимейта ее заряд будет оставаться на 50%, что позволяет не ебаться с постоянным менеджментом хп, чтобы залить там побольше хп в ультимейт. Теперь Блейд практически всегда будет скидывать ее на фулл. В эйдолонах толком ничего не поменялось, кроме Е1. Теперь Блейд лутает повышенный урон не только в ульту, но и в усиленную базовую, что good. Ибо первая конста заливала там 15% дебильного урона. Сейчас же она хоть как-то играется благодаря усиленкам и повышенному накоплению заряда. Таким образом, Блейд теперь постоянно скиллится от хп, что позволяет ему немного проще играться с новыми саппортами и корми в том числе. Ему подняли периодичность бонусок благодаря огромному агру, залили немного энергии, что позволяет чаще скидывать ультимейт, а самой ульте дали больше зарядов. Но все эти изменения, это безусловно здорово. Но что на практике? Насколько легче Блейду дается контент? Я тестил в последнем зеркале, который со сварогом, врубал автобой и просто чилил, чтобы объективно оценить среднюю разницу, а то я там могу и за 0 циклов закрыть, разумеется. И чтобы мои великолепные ручки не поломали всю картину, я просто смотрел. И разница старого Блейда с новым в команде с Триби, Сандеем и Гиациной, все, сигнами без конс, составила 1 цикл. Иногда за 2 заходила. Хороший ли это результат? 3 цикла на Блейде? Думаю, да. Ну типа в сухом остатке Блейдиньо просто бонуски чуть чаще скидывает и дамажит побольше благодаря фулл скейлу от хп. Но кардинальной разницы, чтобы там сказать охуеть, что они натворили, не произошло. Он сейчас где-то на уровне Юнли, может чуть выше из-за более пивной ротации. Если вы ждали чего-то большего, то увы. Меня же бафы вполне устраивают, учитывая, что их вообще могли не делать, и шли бы мы нахуй с ними. Выбивать его, разумеется, смысла никакого нет, абсолютно нет. А вот консту получить с проеба 50 на 50 самое то. Наконец-то можно воткнуть коляску не только на чешелист, но и на более сложный контент, в котором на нем стало заметно приятнее играть. МБН и хпшный саппорт когда-нибудь выйдет, не копиум. По билду мало что изменилось. Сет остался тот же, тяги скоростные, а вот планарки берите драконьи. Они заливают на пару процентов больше, чем арена. Но и с ареной тоже можете гонять, в целом похуй. Если он кор, то ставьте 135 скорости и продвигателя на минус 1 скорость, это 134. Если он подсасывает кастори, можете собирать ветросеты до хуя скорости, ибо теперь Блейд очень быстро лутает ультимейт, что позволяет ему охуенно сосать стаки для дракона. Конусы Блейда в целом те же самые, что и были на релизе, разве что добавилась Сигна Медея, которая теперь лучше всего, что у него есть.
Команды Блейда.
Если он гиперкор, то ставьте Сандея, Броню и Триби. В цифер мало смысла, ибо Блейд все еще достаточно слабо дамажит. Гиацина как сустейнер и Яшма против 5 таргетов. Тут в целом ничего интересного, а вот с Касторией все заметно приятнее. Если раньше Блейд был опцией для умственно отсталых, то теперь может заменять собой ГГшку в команде с Касторией. Как раз из-за приколов с бонуской и быстрой ультой. А что это значит? А то, что ГГшка теперь может спокойно гулять по аккаунту и залететь в какой-нибудь Аглая или Герте в другой руме. Не охуенно ли это? А я о том же. Ну и не сказать по поводу Гиацины я не могу, разумеется. Она бисовый саппорт, без которого перформанс Блейда едва ли будет отличаться от того, что было до реворка. Без сигны Гиацины еще как-то можно прожить, хоть и стаков будет в разы меньше, но вот без самой Гиацины копиум as fuck. В общем-то, с Блейдом все. Выбивать его нельзя, сигну трогать нельзя, конс выбивать
Нельзя.
Герой уровня 2.0 патчи, и это хуевенько. Так что, ну, используйте его только если он у вас уже был на аккаунте. Бабка. Еще большая коляска, а учитывая, что она ебала на релизе, ее сидячее положение воспринимается еще тяжелее, чем у Блейда. Старуха последние несколько патчей вообще с места сдвинуться не может. Последним заметным бафом был, наверное, Сандей и Старый Жук в зеркале, на котором она хоть что-то могла. Новый же пиздогрыз жирает бабку за 8 циклов, что совсем грустно. И как же разрабы могли вытащить ее из комы? ХП. Да, я тоже прихуел немного. Бля, это политика глобализация от михуё. Ты либо хпшный дебил, либо иди нахуй.
Пошел нахуй.
Ну ладно, спорить с разработчиками не буду. От миномета мой дом пока не защищен. Итак, бабка теперь фулл скейлится от хп. Плюсом ей немного подняли мультипликаторы, где-то в 1,5 раза, что заебись. Также ей немного переработали стойку. Ну как немного? Достаточно сильно. Во-первых, у бабки теперь в базе максимум 4 стака, а не 3, как это было раньше. Что супер заебись. Но это не самое главное. Если раньше, когда бабка входила в свою форму, она получала 2 стака, ну типа 2 стака нужно для активации и 2 остается после перехода. Теперь же старая после перехода в форму будет лутать 1 дополнительный стак. То есть у нее будет 3 стака. Что позволяет бабке сидеть в форме 100% времени. Ну, практически. Теперь не нужно ебаться с дефолтным скиллом, подсасывать ей энергию, халдить ульту, ибо она пока не в форме. Вот эта ебля осталась в прошлом. Плюсом ко всему, если раньше старая лутала целую тонну, блядь, атаки, которая обесценивала остальные источники атаки вашей команде, то теперь она лутает крит урон. Каждый раз, когда союзник тратит свое хп. Это и от врагов, и от личных скиллов. Крит урон складывается до 4 раз. И в тотале это будет 220 крит урона. Нихуево, согласитесь. К тому же бабка своим усиленным навыком жжет хп, что дает 3 стака инста. А там враг один раз ударит, и все, у вас фулл баф висит. И вишенка на торте. Если союзник тратит хп, также от врагов или навыков, бабка получает 1 стак. Когда стаков становится 20, бабка лутает 1 стак в свою форму. Я говорил, что она из стойки выходить не будет. И тут очень важный момент, на котором вы можете накидать копиума с гиациной сигнатуркой. Аля она тратит хп команды после всех своих кнопок, а значит она обязательно для бабки, чтобы та из стойки не выходила. Но нет. Бабка и так будет сидеть в стойке до конца боя, если вы с андеем играете. У меня за 4 цикла бабка из стойки ни разу не вывалилась. Так что гиацина нужна тем, у кого либо нет сандея, либо бабка, блять, полумертвая 6 циклов закрывает зеркало. Тогда она, конечно, один раз вывалится из стойки, с чем ей поможет гиацина. Но в среднем по палате вам сильно гиацины нахуй не упала. В следах заменили 10% продвижения после дефолтного скилла на плюс 15 энергии за дефолтный скилл и плюс 8 за усиленный, что опять же дает бабке чаще скидывать ультимейт, что уже скорее не прикол с ротацией, а просто дополнительный урон, ибо со стойкой теперь нет никаких проблем. И поменяли 20% урона на ульту в стойке на 25% игнора защиты на атаку, когда у вас 4 стака, что даунгрейд, как по мне. Да, это помогает стирать первую руму за 0 циклов, но на дистанции это кал. Может, они таким образом попытались намекнуть на реворк Волчика, ну, это все равно санина. Также же Е1. Вместо пососного повышения урона по одному таргету поменяли на плюс 36% крит урона и дополнительную тычку 80% от хп бабки. Очень сильная конста, которая скорее дает немного хоупиума тем, кто уже имеет Е1 бабку. Смысла же выбивать ее на этих реранах никакого нет. Да и вообще, как я и говорил, никакого смысла вкладываться в персонажа своими гемами, который выходит заведомо слабее актуальных героев. Идея эта бессмысленная и деструктивная вообще для вашего аккаунта. Таким образом, бабка, считай, лишилась своей идентичности, просто стала дефолтным кором. Ротации у нее никакой нет, приколов со стаками и менеджментом их тоже нет. Теперь бабуля, просто классический кор, что наконец-то позволяет играть на ней ни о чем не думая. Ее итоговый перформанс мне понравился гораздо больше, чем у Блейда, хотя я и не скажу, что она хоть сколько-то сильнее его. На ней просто играть стало в разы приятнее. Все равно, Богдан любит какиш, куда без этого. Снова демонстрация результатов. Старая бабка на свароге делала 4-5 циклов, новая делает 3, а если гиацина с сигной, то и все 2. Думаю, Блейд показал тот же бы результат, если бы у него была гиацина с сигной. В общем-то, ситуация та же. Бабка стала героем по силе ближе к началу 3.0, но все еще далека от актуальных героев. Что же касаемо билдинга, вам пизда. Все, что у вас есть на бабку, можете смело выкидывать в помойку. Легче вам будет просто новый сет нафармить. Во-первых, она от хп скелится, а значит половина артов в мусор. Во-вторых, с момента ее релиза появился более сильный сет, который у вас явно нафармлен в больших размерах, чем вот этот ледяной говносет. И я говорю, разумеется, про ученого. Если же есть ледяной сет, флаг вам в руки, он немного хуже. Планарки в целом можете не менять, если будут нужные. Но так же, как и с Блейдом, косточки чувствуют себя на пару процентов лучше. Мейн статы. Куртка на крит урон, сапоги на скорость и только на скорость, сфера лед, а вот цепочка на ваш выбор. Что хп, что реген дали плюс-минус одинаковые клиры. Реген дает больше ультимейтов, а хп больше урона. Мне с регеном понравилось играть чуть больше, но никакого явного преимущества нет, к сожалению. Так что ставьте то, где сабстаты лучше. И мне кажется, Сигна Медея реген все-таки будет посильнее, потому что Сигна Медея в целом попизже. Бонусы. Такая же ситуация, как и с Блейдом. Сигна Медея выглядит заметно сильнее, ибо она заливает статы, а не крит урон, блять, который у нее и так плюс 200%, но неважно. После Сигны Медеи идет ее сигнатурка, потом Сигна Блейда, потом клятва и все остальное. Команды ее остались такими же. Саня, Броня, Триби, Зарянку нахуй. Теперь там еще и Гиацина, на которой вроде как и хочется иметь сигнатурку, но, как я и говорил, она и так будет лутать этот несчастный стак. Вы максимум один раз из стойки вывалитесь в долгом файте. А вот без самой Гиацины, тут как с Блейдом, все очень печально. Повторю выводы по бабке. Стало приятнее процентов на 30. Но стоит ли оно потраченной энергии на перефарм артов или вообще ваших гемов? Нет, однозначно. Лучше файнончика или сейбер залутайте. Да, блять, даже арчера, хуй с ним. Серебряный волк. Фух. У этой подруги с самого релиза что-то не задалось. И после реворка комьюнити прям засветилось. Наконец-то СВ выйдет из своей обоссанной пачки, блять, с Рацию или Ахерон. No way. Но пока рано делать какие-то выводы, давайте смотреть, что поменялось. Главное изменение волчка, она теперь сильнее пелы. Как будто, блять, на релизе могли до этого догадаться не спустя 2 года. Ну да ладно. Теперь вместо ульты по одному таргету она хуярит сразу 5. Причем с достаточно приличным уроном, который мы тоже зачтем, хуй с ним. Вторым значительным изменением является 100% шанс наложить ту уязвимость, которая стоит на первом месте в отряде. То есть стоит Ахерон на первом месте, значит будет электроуяз на навыке. Но почему? Это второе по значимости. Это же имба. Там можно не убивать новых коров, собрать моноквант и нещадно ебать контент на зелье. Я вспомнил, прослезился. Также ей снизили необходимый шанс попадания эффектов до 67%, что позволяет хоть как-то забалансить ее статы и выжать хоть какой-то урон. К тому же длительность наложения уязвимости подняли на 1 ход, что раньше было в следе. Немного подняли игнор сопротивления, который раньше был тоже в следе, а в таланте подняли баги на защиту на 4% и снизили необходимый шанс попадания. И что более важное, теперь когда противник с наложенной уязвимостью отправляется в могилу, он передает наложенный уяз другому enemy. Снова плюс скиллпоинты, плюс quality of life. В следах снова снизили необходимый шанс попадания. След, который продлевал наложение уяза, теперь дает 20 энергии в начале боя и 5 в начале хода волчка. Что это значит? А значит это то, что волчик на первом ходу теперь сможет скидывать ульту с любым конусом и любыми цепочками. А это плюс урон для первой ротации. К тому же пассивный реген 5 энергии в начале хода позволяет ей скидывать ульту каждые 2 хода с тренировочной миссией и регеном на цепочке плюс планарков. Что может вам и нахуй не нужно, но для херов это дополнительные стаки. И дали волку 10% атаки за каждые 10% шанса попадания эффектов, вплоть до 50%. Да, и тут нет, если шанс попадания там выше или еще что-то, просто 10% шанса, даю 10% атаки. Что пододвинуло ивентовый конус на первое место. И еще сильнее бафнуло ее личный урон. Не забываем, что у нее ультимейт по 5 таргетам и хуярит на 380%. В констах. Вторая теперь не самая мусорная конста в игре. И заливает на 20% больше урона по всем противникам на поле. То есть это 20% vulnerability. А когда враг получает въебало от союзников, на него накладывается баг. А это еще один дебаф в копилочку Ахерон. Без рофлов очень хорошая конста. Теперь путь от Е0 до Е2 Волчика выглядит вполне разумным решением, если бы это было на ее релизе. Со второй констой Волчик уже может надавать под сраку Трибидосу. Ну может, но не факт, что даст. А четвертую просто переделали под ее АУЕ ульту. Таким образом, Волчик стал более сильной версией Пелы, если раньше с этим были большие проблемы. Ульта в 5 таргетов, сносит она под 200 тысяч, 100% уяз, который вам, возможно, когда-то пригодится, если у вас реально коров кот наплакал. Ускоренная ротация, которая позволяет стакать больше дебафов для Ахерон, да и все. Насколько это сильно с точки зрения актуальных саппортов, да даже с той же цифр. Да не насколько. Да, Гоба там распылялся на 20 минут, что она, да как дает. Ну, фактически Триби как давала больше, так и дает. Цифер как давала больше, так и дает. И куда остается ставить Волчика? К Астории, да Руанька Е1 даст столько же импакта. Конечно, я рассуждаю с точки зрения, ну, как-никак плотного аккаунта с множеством чаров. Но кто, блять, имея Сильвер Вульф, при этом у него на аккаунте нет ключевых саппортов? Какая картинка, блять, в вакууме получается? Да, СВ заебись, но не как конкурент новым саппортам. Стала ли она сильнее? Безусловно. Но она все так же лишь худшая альтернатива. Конечно, если у вас нихуя нет, вашу Ахерон подсасывает Волк, а Кастори и Герта не имеют Триби, тогда Волчик очень сильно упростит вам жизнь. Но, как мне кажется, реворк старых персонажей должен происходить таким образом, чтобы типы, которых выбивали 2 года назад, могли без боли в жопе взять их в актуальные отряды. Но у нас получается, что старички и дальше не будут их использовать. А ньюбисы, которые выбьют старых кляч под бафами, окажутся в тотал дерьме, получив чара уровня условных патчей 2.0. Но брать сигну цифер, втыкать ее на Волка и говорить «вот она имбища», просто, блять, ублюдство. Хотя, наверное, зря я так набухтел. Она же стала играбельной. Стала. Значит, свою функцию разрава выполнили. Жаль, забайтить на пул не получилось. Ну так вот, Волчик также дает минус 1 цикл в сравнении со своей старой вариацией. Если нет актуальных саппортов, можете использовать. Она в целом хороша. Выбивать же ее
Нельзя.
Что же касается ее сборки, едва ли что-то поменялось. Разве что шансы попадания собирать нужно меньше. Пасы там все так же солянка из 2 кусков на скорость. Чем больше спидов, тем лучше. И так как она теперь скидывает ульту каждые 2 хода, можете порофлить свет рассетом, чтобы она еще чаще ходила. Также и дохуя скорости собирайте. Планарки Пинокони или Русалка, чтобы подсосать ей энергию и разбафать кора. Мейн статы. Куртка на крит урон, ибо вы возьмете тренировочную миссию, которая зальет вам хуевую тучу шансов попадания. Или ХП, ибо Волчик очень тоненькая и ее, возможно, будут хуярить постоянно. Тяги на скорость, сфера на дэмэдж бонус или атаку, а цепочка на реген. ШП для 100% наложения нужно 67%. Но можете собрать процентов на 20 меньше. Похуй вообще. Также можете воткнуть что-то на ХП. Ну, как я и говорил, ибо она тонкая. А без 30 тысяч урона на ультимейте вы как-нибудь обойдетесь. Конусы. Вот нежданчиком, наверное, для мейнера Волка будет то, что ее сигна даже не топ-3 опция. Охуеть, не правда ли? Лучший по урону будет сигна цифр, который и скорость, и дефшет зальет. По голым цифрам она заливает больше всех, но надо найти где-то шанс попадания. И саму сигну цифр без самой цифр тоже попробуйте найти. Так что закидываем ее в копиумный тир. Тренировочная миссия. Ох, сложно ее не перехвалить. Заливает шанс попадания, что позволяет поставить куртку на криты и дамажить больше. Заливает энергию, что позволяет скидывать ульту каждые 2 хода. А с Е1.
You click for the thumbnail and I promise you we'll get to Dory. Trust me, we'll get to Dory. But first, I think we should cover the basics. Genshin is gifting us a new endgame mode with co-op, and no one does co-op theory crafting, so let's talk about it. By the way, a lot of these tips assume a group of 4 people. Just keep that in mind. In general, there's 4 things to keep an eye on, and the first one is... A ton of buffs in Genshin Impact only buff your active character or your party. In co-op, your party or...
When other squad members attack enemies. Triggered. Okay, this is nice. Amazing. As usual. Uh, General reasoning. Yeah. I guess I'm going to the right.
Or your active character only applies to the unit or units that you yourself are controlling, so your friends don't get any benefit from it. One of the big ones for this is
Anyone need a coach?
all of the Yonson's beneficial effects say current active character, meaning in a 4-man group, she's the only one who gets the attack buff and is healed. Basically, she's useless in co-op. Okay.
Oh, for Lord's sake. Let's make this quick.
Number 2. You probably know that most of the energy generated in the game comes from elemental skills, and if you've seen my short about energy generation, you also know that characters on field receiving the energy gain more energy than characters that are off field. Well, in co-op, energy is generated by every player, every character is spamming their skills, and in 4-man co-op, no one is off field. So energy generation is through the roof. While some people might think of a certain chef because of this, I think there's a different option.
Let's go get ourselves some answers.
Yelan's slow scaling down percent buff only applies to herself, which some people might think is unfortunate, but have you considered that the only thing keeping Yelan back is her energy requirements? The only reason Yelan and Xingqiu generally perform the same DPS wise is because she needs a ton of ER to keep her burst up. With the requirement drop, she can run Slingshot or even her signature weapon, and her performance goes through the roof. With HP scaling, high uptime, good Hydra application to set up teams, and frankly brain dead execution, she's basically a budget Nouvelette in co-op. 3. In 4-man co-op, every player has no other character to swap to. This means that if your unit has downtime, you better make sure they do enough damage when they are in their uptime. It also means that infinite uptime units perform significantly better than you'd expect. For example,
Time to begin working.
versus
You got a side job for me?
Wriothesley in normal play outperforms Ganyu. However, this assumes a normal rotation that forces Ganyu off the field so all the supports can go. Wriothesley, on the other hand, has a timed buff. Ganyu does not. Basically, in single player rotations, Ganyu is balanced around her not being able to be on field the entire time. So what happens when Ganyu never needs to be on field? Well, she's better Wriothesley. Another example for this is
My blade will lead us through the shadows.
the value for uptime also affects artifact choice. Floran's best set normally is Whimsy, and Thundering Fury isn't that good since the increased uptime isn't something that you can make effective use of. Well, in co-op, you can.
Now, you're the prey.
Point number 4. In most teams in normal play, there's 1 or maybe 2 reactions that you try to keep up that help maintain your hypercarry. In order to do this, you use a less powerful off-field damage support to maintain auras or buffing supports that swirl or otherwise res shred. In co-op, you don't have off-field supports, but that's fine. I don't need Xiangling to vape Mualani because I can vape her with Alachino and do a ton more damage. I don't need Sucrose to VV Shred for Chloran because I can VV Shred with Chaska and do a ton more damage. I don't need Auroron to proc Cinder City because I can Cinder City with Veresa and do a ton more damage. This is why the usual broken supports aren't broken in co-op. They're only broken because they're the best off-field applicators of their elements. And in co-op, again, no one is off-field. Looking at these 4 rules, you can basically summarize it even further. No one is off-field. That's the big change. All the changes for co-op stem from that. Again, this assumes you have a party of 3 or 4. In a party of 2, you have a mix of single player and multiplayer interactions, but I trust you can figure it out from there. By the way, I'm also announcing a Stygian Onslaught tournament that I'm hosting in July, Perilous Co-op. It's a 4v4 pick-ban speedrun style tournament. If you've seen my previous vids on pick-ban, you probably have some kind of an idea, but if you want more information, or sign up, or look for a team, then check out the Discord. Let's talk about some more unique character situations. 1.
In the name of the princess.
A ton of Fischl's damage is in her Ascension 4 passive. This passive still procs while she's on field, but only when she herself is the one procking it. This significantly reduces her performance, especially compared to normal on-field carries like Varessa or Chloran. So don't expect to be using Fischl anytime soon. 2.
I won't hold you back. Too much. I will lead us to victory.
Sarah and Bennett are attack buffers. Unlike Eon-san, they have specific field conditions that cause the attack buff, which don't have the current active character raise. So, they go from buffing 1 unit to up to 4. This extends to Sarah's crit damage buff for electro units. Of course, one of these buffs goes to Sarah or Bennett themselves, but it's still worth it. If you have a team of attack scalers that can accommodate them, Sarah and Bennett remain some of the strongest supports in the game. Number 3.
Come on, let's go. There's a fortune to be made.
Finally, let's talk Dory. Since I expect no one to know how Dory works, here's a summary. 1. She does pitiful damage. Enemies coming into contact with her tether take a small hit every 0.4 seconds. 2. She heals a decent amount. Anyone connected to her tether heals every 2 seconds. Kind of annoying when you swap around a bunch. 3. She generates some flat energy. Characters connected to her tether gain some flat energy every heal proc, up to 15 total flat. Again, kind of annoying if you swap a bunch. So basically, she does a bunch of things really average, and it's all tied to her tether. So I wonder what happens when I use her burst in co-op. Oh. Let's get back to the list. 1. If you... Oh. Let's get back to the list. 1. If you multiply her tether damage by 3 or 4, it starts to matter. It's no Varessa, but a 3 tether Dory is about as powerful as an on-field C0 Yai Miko, and 4 tether is stronger. Number 2. Everyone gets healing. In co-op, you die more than you'd expect because they don't just scale the HP up of enemies, they also scale their damage. Okay, we're good. We're good. Well, we're not good because he's spinning. No, Erica! It's so hard to get this footage. This helps stop that. It also helps with Farina if you're running a setup with her. Number 3, 15 flat energy is pretty good. It's a consolation on some units. 60 flat energy is absurd. That's a burst for most characters. And current leaks say that Stygian Onslaught starts with 0 energy. Turns out multiplying an entire character's kit by 4 makes them a good character. There's a ton more exceptions like this, but I'm not going to get into them right here. I'm sure you can figure it out yourself. I hope you're super excited for the Stygian Onslaught game mode. I am too. That's why I'm running that tournament. I also really want to thank the Genshin Ranked community for help with this video. If you don't know Ranked, it's a 3v3 pick-ban format. It's really fun to watch and theorycraft. I'll link their Discord in the description as well. Otherwise, thanks for watching. If you like this kind of content, you might like this video about the differences between all the Genshin weapon types.
This one seems better. Time is useless because it only gives coins.
Here's a taste of the abyss.
Wait, only one?
Leave this with me. Don't underestimate me. Found your weakness. I'll make it painless.
We all love a great villain, not just because they're evil, but because they challenge everything the hero stands for. The best ones don't just threaten the world, they haunt it. They don't just fight the hero, they force the hero to become something else. And in Adventure Time, that idea isn't just present, it's built into the core of the narrative. At first, we had cute gag villains like the Ice King, who was merely a villain of the week and soon became an ally to Finn and Jake. However, there was a character that fundamentally altered the lighthearted nature of the show. A character that not only tortured characters in the Prime universe, but across the multiverse. A character who, against all odds, became a hero, delivering one of the best character arcs in the entire show. This is the full story of the Lich, the end that had to begin. If you're new around here, please subscribe. According to my analytics, most people who watch my videos aren't subscribed yet. I create video essays on games, movies, and other shows, and by clicking that one button, it helps keep me motivated to produce the best content I can. With that, let's get to the video. We begin in Season 1, not Season 2, because contrary to popular belief, the Lich actually makes a brief appearance in the episode His Hero. This episode introduces Billy, the legendary hero of Ooh, and the major role model for Finn and Jake.
I love you, Billy! I got a secret crush on you, Billy! Yeah!
During a quick montage of Billy's adventures, we see him defeat the Lich. Interestingly, the Lich is shown with 2 horns in the scene, but in later appearances, he only has 1, implying that Billy was the one who broke it. Small detail, but it adds a bit extra to their rivalry, I guess. With that, we get to the first 2-parter of the show in Season 2, Mortal Folly and Mortal Recoil. This is the episode where shit got serious in the show. Princess Bubblegum explains to Finn and Jake who the Lich is, and how Billy had once imprisoned him inside this candy tree. We hear the Lich's dark, otherworldly voice whispering spells meant to control anyone nearby.
Next, I'll cup us together. Just kidding.
Hey, shield.
Fortunately, Finn, Jake, and PB are protected by these enchanted gems. Unfortunately, this snail, the Where's Waldo of the show, crawls out of Finn's bag, gets possessed, and sets the Lich free. And he immediately heads to his well to regain power, prompting Bubblegum to hand Finn Billy's gauntlet, the only known weapon that can defeat him. Yeah, we'll see how true that is in just a moment. They eventually catch up to him, and after taking out his goons, Finn goes for the killing blow, and... And in the chaos, Finn's protective gem shatters, and this is where we witness one of the Lich's most terrifying abilities. He tries to take control of Finn, using dark magic and the cold atmosphere that fills his lair. But thanks to the sweater Princess Bubblegum gave him, a symbol of love and warmth, Finn resists. He counters with this illegal move, while the Lich laughs maniacally, until finally he's defeated. Well, all's well that ends well, right? Wrong.
Go free!
In Mortal Recoil, PB is revived, but starts acting deranged. It's no surprise that she's being possessed by the evil essence of the Lich, something the Ice King confirms, saying he witnessed it all happen back at the well. She grows into this tall, grotesque monster, tosses Jake's ass, and with Ice King's help, they take her out. Well, all's well that ends well, right? Wrong. But it's okay, because she gets revived and she's no longer possessed by him, bringing the Lich to an end. However, in the final moments, he's defeated. Well, all's well that ends well, right? Wrong.
Go free!
In Mortal Recoil, PB is revived, but starts acting deranged. It's no surprise that she's being possessed by the evil essence of the Lich, something the Ice King confirms, saying he witnessed it all happen back at the well. She grows into the this tall, grotesque monster, tosses Jake's ass, and with Ice King's help, they take her out. Well, all's well that ends well, right? Wrong. But it's okay, because she gets revived and she's no longer possessed by him, bringing the Lich to an end. However, in the final moments of the episode, we see the same snail from the beginning, waving at us with eerie green, lifeless eyes. While the Lich doesn't appear for a while after this, the snail appears in every episode, a subtle nod from the writers that the Lich is still out there, always watching, silently waiting for his next move. In the Season 4 episode, In Your Footsteps, Finn and Jake meet a mysterious bear who starts mimicking Finn's every move. He doesn't really mind and even finds it flattering, but Jake grows increasingly suspicious. Turns out he just wants to be a hero like Finn. By the end of the episode, Finn decides to gift the bear the Enchiridion, encouraging him to use it to become an even better hero. The bear gratefully accepts. But the next morning he climbs a mountain, and we're hit with one of the show's most unexpected plot twists.
Did you bring the book? Yes. One step.
Oh god.
Closer.
What first seemed like a harmless, almost filler episode suddenly reveals itself as the setup for one of the most pivotal moments in the entire series, and that is the season 4 finale, The Lich. Finn has a dream that the snail kills Billy. He would usually chalk it up to just a nightmare, but unfortunately, the cosmic owl was there, meaning it is a prophetic dream. Paranoid, he and Jake tell Billy about it, and the guy asks them to accompany him on an important mission in defeating the Lich once and for all. You can tell, however, that there's something completely off with Billy. The mission involves gathering magical gems from all the princesses across Ooh. After gathering most of them, Finn discovers the Incaradian inside Billy's sack.
How'd you get this?
I found it in the mouth of a bear.
Well, judging by the dream and what happened in the previous episode, you know something bad is coming. This is also the moment we finally understand just how important the Incaradian really is. With the princess's gems, the book activates a kind of virtual guide, a cosmic presentation explaining the multiverse, wormholes, and dimensional travel. At the center of it all is Prismo's time room. Once the final gem is placed into the book, it'll create a portal capable of transporting anyone to any dimension in the multiverse. Billy says,
I'm gonna push the Lich in there.
Oh, cool.
it's unfortunate how easily Finn and Jake are convinced here. Logically, pushing the Lich into a portal that can access any dimension in the multiverse should raise some alarm bells, but because it's Billy
Okay. Mm-hmm. 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 No, not interested.
saying it, they don't hesitate or question it. So Finn and Jake break into the Candy Kingdom to steal Princess Bubblegum's gem, and she quickly realizes what's happening.
Finn, stop! That's not Billy! It's the Lich!
The Guardian attacks him, revealing the Lich underneath Billy's skin. Even seeing this now, I can't believe this was in a Cartoon Network show.
You know that was a ghost wearing a dead guy. That might be the nastiest thing I've ever seen.
The idea that the Lich ambushed Billy, killed him, and wore his skin, that is insane. Finn gets angry and tries to break the book, but instead, it suddenly opens a portal. The Lich thanks Finn and steps inside. Jake quickly grabs onto him, and Finn tries to hold on too, but it's not enough. They all get sucked into the portal, which closes behind them. What comes next had 9-year-old me screaming for answers. We see Finn playing a flute, with Jake, just a normal dog, by his side. Then Finn's mother calls him inside for something urgent, and he walks into his house, right before the credits roll. One of the most mind-blowing cliffhangers I had ever seen at that age. By this point in the show, the Lich had already proven just how terrifying a villain he could be. He took over Princess Bubblegum's body after being defeated by Finn, then managed to get the Incaradian as a snail.
What a monster!
This episode also reveals a new ability he has, that he can mimic the powers of those he kills, as seen with him using Billy's powers. Using and wearing Billy's body is probably the most horrifying thing the Lich has done, and it's what makes him such a compelling villain for Finn and Jake. Before, they fought him because he was a threat to the world, but now he's made it deeply personal by completely defacing their hero. With Season 4 coming to a close, we arrive at Season 5, to another two-parter, Finn the human and Jake the dog. Finn and Jake follow the Lich into Prismo's time room, where the Lich wishes for the extinction foundation of all life. He then disappears. The pair are terrified but also confused as to why they're unaffected, and Prismo explains that because they're inside his time room, they're exempt from his wish, at least until they make their own wish. After some thought, Finn makes a seemingly harmless one.
I wish the Lich never even ever existed.
We then return to the new reality introduced at the end of Season 4, the Farm World dimension. This universe was created by Finn's wish, and without the Lich, many things are different. For example, Jake is just a normal dog, Finn lives with his parents, and magic is non-existent. I won't get into the whole plot of Farm World Finn because he deserves a whole video dedicated to him. Leave a comment down below if you guys want that, so I'll touch on some of the important points. In this reality, Simon had sacrificed himself and froze a nuclear bomb that would have resulted in the Lich being created, as well as plunging the world into mutagenic horror. We see a frail Marceline by Simon's corpse, protecting the crown. She does a horrible job as Finn steals it because his family needs money. However, when his family gets in trouble with this gang, he puts on the crown. He unleashes his fury on the gang, saving his family but losing himself in the process. Because of his insanity, he causes that mutagenic bomb to go off anyway, making things go from bad to worse.
Oh, Mitchell!
It infects that version of Jake, who eventually becomes that world's Lich. While all this chaos is going on, our Jake is still in Prismo's time room, trying to find a wish to fix everything. With some help from Prismo, he wishes for the Lich to have wished for Finn and Jake to go back home to Ood. We see events play out like before, only this time, the Lich's wish has been changed.
The extinction of all life for Finn and Jake to go back home to Ood. Huh? No way!
Finn and Jake return home to Ood, with none of the atrocities of Farm World ever occurring. Or so it seemed. I'll get back to this later. A full season later, in the two-parter Wake Up / Escape from the Citadel, we see the Lich stationary in Prismo's time room. Everyone's partying and kinda just trolling the guy, including Glob himself. Prismo explains that the Lich's sole purpose is to cause mass destruction, but because he's trapped in the time room and unable to fulfill that purpose after making his wish, he's effectively frozen in place.
Like a machine without a purpose.
At this point, Finn and Jake are trying to get to the Citadel because that's where Finn's father is. Go watch my video on breaking down Martin as a character if you haven't already, by the way. But to get to him, they have to commit a cosmic crime. Prismo tells them to wake up this old guy, which will kill him. They refuse and, well...
Wake up.
Wait, I've changed my mind!
The Lich kills Prismo, adding yet another major figure.
Wait, I've...
Well... Prismo tells them to wake up this old guy, which will kill him. They refuse and, well...
Wake up.
Wait, I've changed my mind!
The Lich kills Prismo, adding yet another major figure to his growing list of victims. The Guardian then appears and takes him to the Citadel, a high-security intergalactic prison. Finn and Jake follow him there. Although the Lich arrives in this frozen state, he eventually manages to free himself, and in the process, releases the other prisoners as well. He comes face to face with Finn and Jake, and we get one of his most badass moments.
Fall.
He begins to monologue, talking about his plan to command an army, using the prisoners he just freed to lay waste to entire worlds.
You are strong, child, but I am beyond strength. I am the end, and I have come for you, Finn.
And Finn mistakenly slaps him with this healing solution, which triggers the Substance body horror sequence so grotesque Jake pretends to be knocked out. And somehow, the Lich has transformed into this giant cute baby.
I like him a lot.
When the two get back, they drop baby Lich off to Tree Trunks and Mr. Pig, where he is adopted.
Hello!
With that, we arrive at one of the most underrated episodes in the show, Evergreen. Millions of years ago, not thousands like my dumbass said in my video analyzing it, we are first introduced to the Catalyst Comet. Every 1,000 years, this comet hits Earth and brings an agent of change. The particular comet we see in this episode is green and even has horns, with Evergreen saying,
It aches for our extinction.
At the end of the episode, this comet lands and gives birth to the evil essence of the Lich, bringing with him chaos in the land of Ood. The next time we see baby Lich, now named Sweet Pea, is in the episode Gold Stars. We see that he's been having recurring nightmares of the Lich. Tree Trunks and Mr. Pig comfort him, however, telling him that
It was just a dream.
it's his first day of school, and we see the banana guards as well as Finn and Jake surrounding the area. They want to take him to school because
We wouldn't want Sweet Pea freaking out or awakening any latent evil spirits within himself.
the pair are worried he might go rogue at any moment, but true to his name, Sweet Pea is actually incredibly kind, even helping a squirrel on the way to school. Unfortunately, on his first day, Sweet Pea gets bullied by some brats.
You're not even a real kid. Huh? You're nothing but a big
weird baby man.
and the King of Wu approaches him. He manipulates him to do this belly dance on the street. This causes people to laugh uncontrollably, and while they're distracted, the King of Wu and his associate pickpocket him. As payment, he gives Sweet Pea a gold star, but urges him to never tell his parents how he got it. This continues on for a while, until one night when Mr. Pig and TT go out for a date, Sweet Pea sneaks off to get one final gold star. There, he overhears about what the King of Wu has really been doing. They find out he's eavesdropping, and they follow him home and threaten him, stating that they'll burn down his home if he doesn't leave with them to continue robbing people. The King of Wu then begins mocking him, saying that people only like him because he's funny to laugh at.
I mean, look at yourself. You're a big weird baby man.
And that's when it happens.
Stop.
I'll make it painless.
I have learned much from you, and now for your education. Before there was time, before there was anything, there was nothing. And before there was nothing, there were monsters.
And hey, would you look at that? That's Orgulorg, the main villain of this season. After the trance, the two run away screaming, dropping all their loot, with Sweet Pea saying,
Just a dream.
The next day, the same bullies try to mock him by copying his dance. But this time, Sweet Pea doesn't cry. He smiles, leans into it, and finally walks into school with confidence. This episode highlights one of Adventure Time's core strengths, subverting expectations. Just like Finn and Jake, we the audience were expecting the Lich to take over Sweet Pea and wreak havoc across Wu at any moment, but he doesn't. That dual voice during the trance, both Sweet Pea and the Lich, shows us that the darkness hasn't been completely erased within him. It shows that while Sweet Pea may seem cute and harmless for now, when pushed, he can tap into that power of the Lich, not to destroy, but to protect himself. Soft-spoken Sweet Pea on the outside, lured Lich within. I'll briefly mention the episode Be Sweet. Sweet Pea tells Tree Trunks and Mr. Pig that he keeps having a recurring dream about the comet, and that he senses a new one coming to Earth. Even as Sweet Pea, the Lich maintains a deep connection to the comet. In the season finale, Finn comes face to face with the comet, which says this:
I've embodied all that is good and evil.
I've always found this fascinating.
I've embodied all that is good and evil.
I've always found this fascinating. I love stories. That dual voice during the trance, both Sweet Pea and the Lich, shows us that the darkness hasn't been completely erased within him. It shows that while Sweet Pea may seem cute and harmless for now, when pushed, he can tap into that power of the Lich, not to destroy, but to protect himself. Soft-spoken Sweet Pea on the outside, lured Lich within. I'll briefly mention the episode Be Sweet. Sweet Pea tells Tree Trunks and Mr. Pig that he keeps having a recurring dream about the comet, and that he senses a new one coming to Earth. Even as Sweet Pea, the Lich maintains a deep connection to the comet. In the season finale, Finn comes face to face with the comet, which says this:
I've embodied all that is good and evil.
I've always found this fascinating. I love stories that explore how the hero and villain are two sides of the same coin, like Batman and the Joker. Finn represents all that is good, while the Lich embodies pure evil. You could say that the comet, through its past incarnations, brought forth these two opposing forces to maintain balance in the world. It makes their rivalry all the more profound. With that, we now arrive at the season 7 episode Crossover, easily one of the best episodes in the show. Remember back in season 5 when Jake wished that the farm world never happened? Well, it turns out that reality continued to exist as its own separate universe. Prismo tells our Finn and Jake that Farm World Finn is trying to open a gateway to the multiverse using his world in Kyridian. If that happens, it's likely that everything is going to go to shit. He gives them the Maid, the best weapon in the show, to take Ice Finn out. However, they feel guilty as they're about to do it, so they ignore Prismo's instructions.
This is bull juice!
Oh, flip!
And try to steal the Inkyridian instead. They fail, and it's revealed that the world's Lich has been manipulating Ice Finn in creating the portal. Our Finn gets frozen, and the Lich is about to kill Jake, but Finn's grass arm slices off the Lich's hand. Jake then pushes that hand into the portal, where it now exists across every dimension, including our universe, where it lands on Bimo. In the end, we get one of my favorite scenes.
A man needs a maid! A man needs a maid! A man needs a maid!
Housekeeping.
And in that universe, the Lich is completely obliterated. This came at a cost. As I mentioned, that Lich hand now exists in every universe. Even worse is that some universes probably have a regular Lich too, meaning those universes are twice as But hey, who gives a shit about them, right? In our universe, the Lich became Sweet Pea. I'll briefly touch on the Elements miniseries. After everyone was transformed into elemental versions of themselves, Sweet Pea remained unchanged. This suggests that the Lich's evil essence is so powerful that it can resist other forms of magic. However, an interesting moment happens at the end of the miniseries. When LSP uses her wave to turn everyone back to normal, the wave passes over Sweet Pea, and the horn that Billy had broken off returns. LSP's anti-elemental magic is said to restore things to their essential form, yet Sweet Pea does not revert to the Lich. I guess the healing substance Finn used in the Citadel is just way more powerful than we realized. The Lich is described as undead, but after exposure to this substance, he is imbued with life, essentially being reborn, much like a baby. The horn's regrowth was never explained in universe, so feel free to share your thoughts or theories down below. 2 seasons later, in the episode Whispers, Sweet Pea comes running and tells Finn and Fern that he's been hearing a monster whispering bad things to him at night. Finn dismisses it, saying that he's probably been having bad dreams, to which he responds,
"No, I only have one dream anymore."
100% understandable response. Like, what? What the hell are you supposed to say to that? Finn and Fern decide to stay with Sweet Pea for the night, but they discover the Lich's severed hand crawling over Sweet Pea. They manage to trap it, but the hand warns that once it reminds Sweet Pea of his true nature, it's all over. We then see Sweet Pea briefly lose control, possibly because after regaining his horn in Elements, the Lich within him has gotten stronger. Finn tells Fern to watch over Sweet Pea while he goes after the Lich's hand.
Okay, Lich, get ready to die. Again, for like the 5th time.
Finn arrives at the place where he first defeated the Lich back in season 2, but the hand catches him off guard. That's when we hear this important piece of dialogue.
While the mortal world doubts and questions, I know exactly what I am. I am the ceaseless wheel, the last scholar of Golb.
Up until this point, we'd heard Golb's name mentioned several times, but this moment confirms that the Lich is connected to him. As Finn hangs on for dear life, Sweet Pea shows up, pulls this move, and it seems like he's turned fully evil. But just like before, he goes against his true nature and defeats the hand.
You're a natural!
It's remarkable. A being born from death, destruction, and pure evil somehow manages to overcome everything he's supposed to be and do a complete 180. I'll briefly touch on the 1,000-year time skip at the end of the series. Most of the characters we know are long gone. In my previous video, I mistakenly said there wasn't enough evidence to confirm whether Marceline and Princess Bubblegum are still alive, but there absolutely is. And guess who else is? For a brief moment, we see a giant figure wandering the lands of Oo, wielding Finn's sword. This is a fully matured Sweet Pea. What's even better is that in the opening sequence of the episode, we see Shermie and Beth riding on his head. This suggests that Sweet Pea has become their version of Billy, a legendary hero and mentor they look up to. The Lich's story doesn't end there, as after the show ended, we had a mini-series called Distant Lands. In what I'd call the final ending to the show, titled Together Again, everything that happens after his DLC IMO, the Lich appears once more. After Finn gets old and dies, he arrives in the Dead Worlds trying to find Jake. This is where we're introduced to a new death, not the original one we've seen before, but his son. At one point, he ends up fighting his father, and he begins to hear a dark, whispering voice urging him to kill his dad. Eventually, he gives in and takes his father's place, becoming the new death himself. In a subtle blink and you'll miss it moment, we see the Lich's hand in the background. It turns out that the Lich has been slowly influencing him all along, so much so that the new death even refers to Lich as his best friend. Toward the end of the special, Finn and Jake manage to hold the new death in place, when his voice morphs into something familiar.
Heroes of Oo, it's only a matter of time.
I know that voice.
Finally dead, aren't you, child?
Not before you. I slayed you a bunch of times.
What I love about this scene is in a matter of 10 to 20 seconds, we see a montage of every Lich encounter. Goated television. Ever since Death's son became the new Death, the Lich has been possessing him. There's actually some subtle foreshadowing of this at the beginning of the episode, when he says,
"Thank you for all the strength you give me. Thank you for being my best friend the entire world."
The Lich, as he always says, wants to end all life, and now that he's taken over the new Death, he finally has the means to do it. He breaks free and charges at our heroes, but in an unexpected twist, Mr. Fox accidentally takes him out and ends up becoming the new Death himself. The Lich, being the weasel that he is, tries this.
Yes, you've taken the crown, but without a strong right hand.
Get out of here!
And that is unequivocally the end of the Lich.
Is it though?
In the sequel slash spin-off series, Fiona and Cake, we visit a desolate universe, devoid of all life. Well, except for BMO. He tells Fiona, Cake, and Simon that he's got a friend named Jerry. They visit his house, and what do you know?
Oh, this guy again.
The Lich here grabs a hold of them and says,
Ice Wizard, so you have risen again. In olden days, I would have rewarded your insolence with death 1,000-fold.
And surprisingly, he goes back to being dormant. Remember back in season 4 when the Lich wished for the extinction of all life? Well, I'm pretty sure this is that reality. He succeeded in killing everyone, but in doing so, just like in season 5, after Jake changed the Lich's wish, he lost all purpose. Before, he was trapped in Prisbel's time room like a robot without a function, and in this universe, the exact same thing happened, but on a grander scale. Simon then does some mystical ritual, and eventually, he and the Lich are transported to Golb's dimension. The Lich starts praying to Golb, stating how he studied its ways for years and how in his universe he succeeded in erasing all life. He then gets frustrated, demanding Golb to tell him what more he can do. In response, Golbetti picks up the Lich and mutates him into one of those floating blocks we always see orbiting Golb. Well, at least we kind of know now what happened to Margles. Now I can confidently say at the time of me making this video is the Lich's last appearance. From his introduction, the Lich stood out as an incredible villain. He didn't need complex motivations or a tragic backstory. He was simply a force of pure evil, a direct opposition to everything good. And that way, he's a lot like Vilgax from Ben 10.
Wait, no. 14 days, 14 days, 14 days. Here. 9 hours.
Sometimes the show doesn't need a layered antagonist. Sometimes you just want a villain who's terrifying, visually imposing, and has an unforgettable voice.
You're so evil, it's boring. You're basic, man.
And honestly, what's wrong?
Cute. Why is camera on L? Peace. Let's get closer. Джо-хо-хо! Чушень! Мгм. 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 But all that stuff you've been practicing, that's actually from that fitness training class, you know? Your old man signed you for... So that's kinda tough, not gonna lie. I mean, it's tough on us, not you. After all, ensuring the safety of every disciple is our duty. Mm-hmm. 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 Right, Senior Fufu? Mm-hmm. 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 Huh? Okay, let's do it a bit better. Oh. Mm-hmm. Да.
Ну, я купила лекарство. Хотел тебя спросить, я тут зашла, тут есть йогурт без добавления сахара с финиками. Вкусвили. Будешь?
Ну давай.
Ладно. А себе я тогда возьму йогурт с черникой, и злаками, семенами льна. Могу тебе дать попробовать.
Окей.
Ладно. Тут есть пирожок с капустой, такой крошечный. Ну ты вроде теста сегодня много съел. А? Ладно, я испеку сейчас, у меня кефир есть. А это я возьму. Ладно, все, домой иду. Пока.
Покеда. Yo! And to be fair, yep. Ultimate Alliance, exclusive rewards. Let's do this. Yeah.
I can help you ward off misfortune and disaster. Your fortune seems...
Man is iron, rice is steel. I make a mean chitlins meal.
I learned from the best.
Take a break. Inadequate.
Would you like some meat, Senior Poo-Poo? Breaking through.
I'll watch over you. Allow me, Fufu. Evil shall return to dust.
Leave it to me, Prey. Finish this.
Oil in the pan.
No. Oh, I did trigger 2 times. Complete. Bloom Alliance. Trigger a bloom at least 2 times.
Yanagi, awaiting orders. Good day, Lord Phaethon. Ooh, let's make a grand entrance.
Huh? And? Wata wata.
Can attack at least 2 times.
Hey, don't look down on me! I'll protect you. You want to test my hand? Ooh, we really harmonize. My time to shine. Bring it on! Heads up. Amber. My turn! I'll cover you. Just watch me. All exits are now sealed. Hope you enjoy it. Cover it.
I completely forgot how to play her. Well, I don't like... It's not like I know how to play her. Okay, trigger totalize at least 2 times. I have no clue what that does.
I shall follow your orders.
Really?
I'm at your disposal. I shall follow your orders. I'm at your disposal. Thank you for the recognition. Go. Stand still.
Tales for the dawn that sets the world alight.
Freeze all evil! Understood.
Let me show you how it's done. Heads for flowers that bloom in the abyss.
Gotcha!
What's your honor really worth? Tales for the dawn that sets the world alight.
Can you resist?
Gotcha now. Keep up. I'm here.
In position.
I'll write the ending to your nightmare. Let order and madness dance.
Go. I guess I did trigger totalize. Aftershock.
I've got your back.
Great. Where are my aftershock units?
Number 0, Andy.
I am the eye of
My loyalty lies. No problem. Let's go have some fun.
Whatever.
Save your strength, Andy. The melody of combat. Recalibrating. Time to pin them down.
Gotta keep the claws sharp.
Wanna recharge? Now you pay.
Let's play a little.
Don't hesitate.
Allow me, Fufu. I'll watch over you. Swift yet still, clear yet murky.
But and once again, you.
What a nuisance. Let's make this quick.
nuisance. Swift yet still. As decreed. Tiger tornado! It's almost... Watch this move! Swift yet still, clear yet murky. Ah! Let's make this quick. Cycle of yin and yang. Release. What a nuisance. The wave is coming.
Let's do it again.
Let's make this quick. What a nuisance. Cycle of yin and yang. Release. The wave is coming. Let's make this quick. Your fate is sealed. Obliterate form and spirit. Scatter. The move. What a nuisance. Let's make this quick. Swift yet still. Scatter. Your fate is sealed. Yin and yang.
Here we go.
I can help you ward off misfortune and disaster.
Oh, I can. My stats. Let's see. 23, 22, 51, 67. So I'm better than trial use, but not by much.
Need a fortune telling? There's no harm in switching things up from time to time. Allow me, Fufu. Inadequate. Allow me, Fufu. Out of the way. Yet still. Got it. Listen to my. Take this. The weak spot is here.
Wow. That was way faster.
What brings you here this time? Need a fortune telling?
Today's reading is...
Do you want me to fight? Are we heading out? Let me pack some food. Man is iron.
Today's reading... Now it's my turn!
Look out! Inadequate. Form and spirit. Release. Clarity and impurity cycle.
Time for an appetizer. Have a taste of the Yunhui Chef's unique technique.
Allow me. Evil shall turn to dust.
Yukashiro Yanagi, awaiting orders. Good day.
Ooh, the stage will be mine.
Huh? And
Let my song move everyone.
Press the attack.
Don't underestimate me. In pursuit.
Oh, for Lord Nathan.
All right, I'll press the attack.
You want to test my hammer?
I'll protect you from any danger.
Hey, don't.
Ooh, we really harmonize.
Oh. Oh, my Astra is a bit better. How much attack percentage she need? Really? 9.
Is the concert starting?
what the
Who do you need? Your journey ends with me. My turn! Don't blink! You'll miss me bashing you into the ground! We fight together! Don't get hit! Get lost! Here we go! I'll cover you. Just watch me! Come on, try harder! Watch! Don't blink now! Time for a hammering! Sorry, no one can pass me. The best defense is a strong offense. Stand still! Let me beat you into the foundations! Yeah!
I shall follow your orders.
I wish you a
Want to see the red scarf? I'm at your disposal. Your wish is my command. I shall follow your orders. I'm at your disposal. Thank you for the recognition.
All right.
Time to hunt.
What? Can't handle it? Let the party begin. Gotcha!
Stay calm now. Time to...
Allow me to reap your soul.
There it is. Don't get hit. Stand still.
Tales for the dawn that sets the world alight. The end is now.
I'm here.
Gotcha!
Assist.
I'll write the ending to your nightmare. Freeze all evil!
Make way for the undefeated champion! Stay calm now.
Heads for flowers that bloom in the abyss.
I've got your back.
Standing by.
I am the Eye of Obel.
My loyalty payment received. Let's get to work.
I've got your back.
My
I am the Eye of Sniper Trigger. Standing by. Savior's trick. The enemy is ambushing.
You better thank me.
Engaging head on. Increase firepower.
Let's play a little.
Fire
Right on cue. Outbound.
You're in what you deserve. Supporting position.
I'm fully armed.
My bullets are one with the wind. I'll pierce like rock.
Watch it.
Now you're home.
Wide open.
Show no mercy.
There it goes.
Flip the switch.
Don't hesitate.
Guess I'll do it myself.
Down strategy. Resolve.
Wait, what do you think, man? Mm-hmm. 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 You go, you. Operation Yum. Mm-hmm. Oh. Huh? What? Agent Bond. Monocle, sure. No, that's not what I want. I want convert those here. 7. Okay, I have 2, I have 30. Okay. Kaleda. I think I have everyone, right? Let me check.
Eradicate all evil. Ready for combat.
Yeah, defense force. Okay, I don't have Kaleta.
Hey, don't look down on me!
Okay, let's get Kaleda. Maybe.
Eradicate all evil.
Standing by. Did you call me? Meow.
You want to test my hammer? I only handle technical matters.
Mm-hmm. 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 Huh? Really strange. No. Mm-hmm. 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 Okay, that's damage. Awesome. Okay, so 4-6 is damage. 1-2 is visibility, but she doesn't buff anyone, and she's not main damage dealer, so she won't get anything useful in the end from all of that. We're so fucking bright. 4. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's not useful. Next useful is 4. Mm-hmm. 2. What does it do? Her personal damage, that doesn't seem like all that much. 4-6. Mm-hmm. Electric damage. At Night Perfectionist. What's the last one? Okay, that doesn't help me. Because it doesn't help him do more of the stun stuff better. So, cat constellation, probably the best ones that are left. Rina, maybe. And this is a nice different stuff. Kaleda or no Kaleda? Well, Fufu and lots of other stun agents. I don't think that lacking Kaleda is something that I'm gonna miss. So, Grace maybe. It's not like I'm gonna play cat much. I'll wait a bit more. I still have time to choose. At least 15 days. Now that's it for this game, it seems. Yeah. Literally the same. Everything still has time remaining. And I'm not gonna do story yet. Okay. days, so now it's 50 for meat. I don't want to pull weapon. I want to pull Shenhe. Here we go.
My name is Shenhe. I was born fated to bear the curse of calamity, so I am prone to bring harm to the people around me. The Adepti urged me to bind my soul with red ropes to keep my homicidal nature at bay. If you are able to walk alongside me without fear, very well. Now, give me your hand.
Okay. I wanted Dahlia, but I guess now I have the best premium team that can be. Hey. Well,
What exactly is teamwork?
she's out of purgatory. Well, actually, I just don't care if she's gonna be in purgatory anymore.
Add as
Just, you know, currently my goal is
add as I am sorry.
to get election. That's fine. To get what I want, what I really want. So tell me what you want, what you really want. If you wanna be my lover. Every day is 7 hours. Okay, now she won't have the best weapon she can get, but that's the thing that I wanted. Yes. Double attack piece? I don't want double attack piece. Let's go for recommended stats. No, I don't want those two. I want noblesse. It's much better. Attack percentage, triple attack percentage. I'm not sure if I need triple attack percentage. But yeah. Attack percentage, energy recharge. Okay. Nothing here. Something here. Double crit. I don't care about double crit. I want attack percentage, energy recharge. But attack here. Just okay, let's equip this. Then time to get noblesse. Double crit. I don't care about crit. Feather. Crit rate attack. Once again. Energy charge. Attack. Crit. Help! Honestly, it's ridiculous. Well, here we go. That's actually something. this looks kind of pock. A bit more pock than this one. That's nice. Maybe also this one. Oh, this one. Oh, this one. As long as energy recharge comes one of the stats. Kajasera, I have no clue how to build her. This is another one. Crit damage. Big amount of energy recharge. Great amount of it. Hold on. Повони. Yeah, third Favonius lands. I guess it's gonna be... It needs enhancement. Okay. Yeah. I'm already there. Let's craft little black character. Eka, please give everything. It's needed. Well, still need more.
Many insects have a compulsion to follow the light, and humans are the same. Except we call that light hope. Exploration and trials. Adventuring is right up my alley.
Okay.
Burn it down!
Excuse me? Sage's wisdom!
Rise with the sun!
Obey!
Leaving so soon.
Wrath from the sky!
Can't run from death.
Incinerate!
Can't run from death.
That works.
Burn it down!
Manifest!
Give me some space.
Let's stir things up.
Rise with the sun!
Obey! Cryo incarnate!
Pyroclastic surge! Try and stop me!
Move or be moved.
Can't run from death. You can't run from death.
Set as does. Work. let's leave it for now.
Did you hear what happened with the sky in that land?
The sky in Natland. Oh, what happened now?
Okay. Nope. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Do you hear that? Something's going on over there. I'm gonna go check it out. Early bird gets the worm. Where you heading?
Unleash!
Light it up!
Excuse me?
Burn it down!
Take your true form!
Give me some space.
Light of the blazing sun!
Manifest! Yeah. By ordinance divine!
The sage's wisdom! I'm not giving up. Catch run.
Rise with the sun! Yeah.
That has almost died. Okay. I guess this one. No. Well, that wasn't necessary. Third Favonius Lance. Okay, so how does her kit even work? Mm-hmm. 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 Duration 12 seconds, cooldown 20 seconds. Not even sure she will be an upgrade. With how my situation is.
Ad Astra. Thank you for coming.
There's a strange wanderer near Wolfendale.
Right now, what did I want to do? Oh, what else? Good enough. The bosses I haven't even thought about for quite some time. Let's see. Let's think about it for a moment. What I want is a bunch of noblesse age artifacts. It doesn't have energy recharge. It doesn't really have anything. See. Yes. Four, three, two. Okay, so I'm mostly interested in crafting those ones. The emblem is still best in slot for some characters. Wow. Yes, energy recharge, attack percent, crit rate. Or energy recharge, double crit. Is the one thing that I want. That I really want. The noblesse set. Alright, let's see, Sinchu. Here. Well, it is the way it should be. Probably. I can't really expect more here. Good. Good. Great. Let's first get some of that.
Instead of confining themselves to the heavens, God should broaden their horizons in the world below.
Not this, right?
Burn it down!
Unleash!
Hip!
This should be fun!
Obey!
Rise with the sun!
Excuse me?
Surprise baptism!
Move or be moved! Slow.
Light it up! Unleash! Should've stayed away.
Give me some space.
Rise with the sun!
Obey! Do your master's bidding!
Wrath of the sky! Burn it down!
Excuse me?
Please. Use. Twice.
Unleash!
Light it up!
Behind you! Give me some space.
Rise with the sun!
Manifest!
Where you heading?
Unleash!
Light of the blazing sun! Light it up!
Excuse me? Give me some space.
Obey! By ordinance divine!
Burn it down! Switching gears.
Unleash!
Excuse me?
Rise with the sun!
Manifest!
Behind you!
Light it up!
Obey! My time has come.
Well.
things up.
No escape from
Burn it down! Pyroclastic surge! No more mistakes.
Okay. Let's not.
Huh? Ooh. Do you hear that? There's a voice whispering on the wind. It says, some guy just took a stone to the head. Huh? Ooh.
I want to switch out my darling.
Thank you for permitting. No.
Come on, let's go find some drama.
Unleash!
Excuse me?
This should be fun!
Bow your head.
Surprise baptism!
Let the mighty be humbled. Silence!
This should be fun!
sanctified.
Let's stir things up.
Give me some space.
Surprise back.
Bow your head.
Amount for
The tides beckon. Silence!
Water comes in many flavors to the discerning palate. Mondstadt's water is crisp and pure, while water from Liyue has an enduring aftertaste. In Inazuma, the water possesses a depth of flavor unlike any other. Sumeru's water, meanwhile, has a rich and complex flavor profile, but it must be savored patiently to fully appreciate it. I see the value in my own work, but I also see the meaning in all the endeavors of the people of Fontaine. I believe I will continue to take pride in fulfilling my duties.
Okay, let's think about it. Okay. At least I do have enough. Crap. Tomorrow is the last day of the month. What does that mean? I need to return to theater. I continue doing stuff. I'm not gonna talk to you, I guess.
I'm pretty nervous, to be honest. The battles here are tough, and I don't want to let the team down. Still, I can't just mope around wishing I was as brave as everyone else. That helps no one. No, I won't run away. Not me. That's right. Trainee Forest Ranger Kale is ready for battle.
A preliminary survey must be performed before delving into a domain. But here, if you don't mind resting here for a while more, I might be able to go and gather some useful intelligence. I'm nowhere near as good in combat as the others, but I want to make sure I do my part.
Stories? What are those? Does writing them down mean you won't forget them? Are there any stories about Chi-Chi?
I've always thought of books as one of the great inventions. Once a law is written down and compiled into a legal codex, it no longer exists only in the words spoken by the lawmaker. It has its own independent existence. Only then does the ability to exercise true judgment arise. Because all people must be judged equally, even the lawmakers themselves.
Let's go. Companion cran, normal. Maybe this, maybe that. Shall I end? Well, I don't really want. To have used the same team. Maybe I want to use them together some other time. So let's go like this.
Orders given. Orders received. Wheel of light. I see everything. Sharing my knowledge.
Judgment is upon you. You stand condemned. Your penance is due!
Neutralizing threats! Let's keep going, team!
Committed to memory. Yeah, yeah. Rise.
Nowhere to run!
Hey!
Providing cover fire!
Sacred name. Fortune preserver.
Through me, justice is served. Guilty. You stand condemned. Your penance is due.
sway upon your soul.
I'm getting sick of this.
You stand condemned. Guilty.
Now's our chance. Precision strike.
Opening box of Adepti tricks. I see everything. Make yourselves at home.
Pointless. Futile. Through me, justice is served. You stand condemned. Your penance is due.
Let's go for this one. Catalyzer gen. Superconductor region. What does you do? Oh. What do you have? Enter trigger and superconduct on a planet. Oh, yielding effect. That occur around the ultra res and decrease physical res. Max 6 stacks. I'll use this one. Oh. Other characters have advantage. Okay, let's... Oh. There we
What
go.
are your wishes?
Lucky me.
The mission is defeat the monsters inside this domain. Order received. Order noted. Oh yeah, one more order. Don't forget about the mission.
Mondstadt has changed so much in the short time I've been gone. Oh, I don't mean that I don't like the way things are now. I guess I just get a little nostalgic for the days I spent with the Grandmaster's expeditions sometimes. I wonder where they're all up to now. And whether they need any new maps.
Children have all sorts of wonderful dreams, with more colors than even the feathers of the dusk bird. But once they grow up, their once vibrant dreams slowly begin to fade. Luckily, we can use the written word to make a record of our dreams before they disappear. Maybe, when it comes down to it, that's what fairy tales are.
There are a lot of storybooks here, but make sure to return them to the shelves after you've finished reading them. And whatever you do, never leave a book on top of a dinner plate. Why, you ask? Well, for the simple reason that It just won't go down well.
Hey. So you definitely, and then maybe well, I have to use someone. Something like that.
Show no mercy! Suffer the wrath of each!
Time to testify. Ready.
Get to work! You two! Time to end the Wings of Darkness!
Where evil lurks, shoot on sight into the shadows.
Companion invite, companion Electra. Cookie, sure.
Don't tell me they did it again.
Battle defense sequence. Rapid movement has advantage. Okay, who's gonna be the next bosses? Dendro characters have advantage. Other characters have advantage. Cryo. Okay, so here I'm going to use yes. So this, at this point I will need someone different. Which is to say, her. Oh, by the way, yeah, looks like it was appropriate. Okay, Светлали. So I'm gonna chill on Cryo characters, but not on her. I can use her. However, match I please. Okay, let's. Back to you all.
Did you bring enough supplies? Don't forget to rehydrate and replenish your energy while we have some downtime. We're lucky to have this place. It's much safer and better equipped than a makeshift camp in the wild. But still, you shouldn't get complacent and forget to take care of yourself. You'll only end up regretting it later. Hmm? How would I know? I mean, well, do I really have to answer that?
People often believe me to be highly focused on securing victories. I am a champion duelist, after all. The truth, however, is just the opposite. It is the spirit of the challenger that I value above all else. If someone is willing to face me head-on, they have my respect, no matter who secures the title of victor in the end. Strength is something that can be gained through experience. Courage, however, comes from within.
Huh? This is supposed to be out of print! I've been looking for this for ages! I can't believe it! I wonder what else there is around here that I've been missing! I mean... The scrolls of destiny that anchored this realm in time and space make for a rather interesting read. Oz, lend me thy beak, and lift the veil of darkness. By the power of my Ode de Verurtelang, the tears and suffering described herein shall be etched in my memory, and so shall I bestow upon them my blessing. Huh? This is supposed to be out of print! I've been looking for this for ages! I can't believe it! I wonder what else there is around here that I've been missing! Oz!
Yeah, exactly.
Since the fate of the Chichi-Mime has been obscured, they can't operate at their full strength here. But the good news is our current proximity to the ley lines has enhanced my own abilities. Just what is this place? It's truly full of mysteries. Well, I have all the time in the world, so I might as well find a free corner and move all my stuff in. Then I can start trying to figure out what all of this really means.
Okay, I believe this is what I want to do. And I have probably I'll hate him. Not sure what else to do here. Kind of should go like that, probably.
To ashes! Dissipate! Fulfill our pact! Eat Laline, eat Papa, get him!
Come on.
The bond is strong. Lightning, purify! Eyes on me!
Flicker, a process of elimination.
Get to work! Suffer the wrath of Easley! Sha! Sha! Dissipate! The bond is strong! Out of my way!
Why you?
You two! Time to end them! Power that ended Hydon!
Scatter!
Stand with me! Show no mercy! Laline, eat Papa! Lightning Terrathon!
Here you are, a process of elimination.
To ashes! Fulfill our pact! Suffer the wrath of Easley!
Defract!
Out of my way! Our bond is strong! Show no mercy! Laline, eat Papa!
Flicker.
Okay. Barely worked. Who? I don't really want Sunny. Mr. Crash. Random characters. Okay, issue. Or Battle Elite Assault. Defeat 10 opponents. This is gonna be challenging, but I think I can.
This world seems to operate on different rules. My Chichimime are unable to unleash their full power. So, even if I want to help you, there are some limits on my ability to fight indefinitely. You should take a break. Do you need a drink? A pillow? Maybe a light novel? Don't be shy. Really? You're sure you don't want anything? You're so low maintenance.
There's some pretty tough cookies lurking around in here, huh? Still, nothing to be scared of. If you're out on stormy seas and a giant wave is coming towards you, you only put yourself at risk of capsizing if you try to steer around it. But if you face it head on and take it on the bow, you can split that wave down the middle. I'm used to taking the helm when the storms come, so when we head into battle, feel free to put me up front.
Having a challenging mid to long-term goal is a good thing. This applies equally to combat, job seeking, and the pursuit of knowledge. But what people get out of achieving their goal depends on the individual.
Don't be too weirded out if you see me with my mask off while we rest. I'm just getting some fresh air. This place is way too idle. It gets to you after a while. Gotta take some deep breaths. Not that I'm rushing you, of course. I'll wait until you've made your preparations in full. Don't be too weirded out if you see me with my mask off while we rest. I'm just getting some fresh air. This place is not that I'm rushing you.
Why do you wear a mask if you even have problems breathing in it? Okay, let's try this. And now you and you. Right. Or like this.
Take a deep breath and grit your teeth. All eyes on you.
Power that ended up. Orders given. Orders received.
All eyes on you.
The process of elimination.
All eyes on you. Take a look behind the veil. Float under.
Emerge. Right here. A sight to behold.
All eyes on you.
Here
All
you
eyes
are.
on you. All eyes on you.
Let's restart performance. I don't like this. I think maybe I'll need to use her instead. Or maybe even something like that.
Take a deep breath and grit your teeth. All eyes on you.
Sakura swirl. Life goes on. Sacred name. Fortune preserver. Wheel
All
of
eyes on
right
you.
now.
All
Emerge.
eyes on you.
Nothing lasts forever. Right now.
Take
Emerge.
a look behind
right
the
now.
veil.
Flicker.
Take a look
here, right?
All eyes on you!
Take flight! Kamisato out! Sumetsu!
All eyes on you!
Opening box of Adepti-Trix. Right here, right now.
Here.
Snowed under!
Scatter!
Whirling snow! Unthinkable! Emerge! What a new... Right here. Full speed ahead! My apologies!
Battle high pressure defense. Let's try this one. Powerful foes are present. Or confirm. You. You. And who's gonna be the fourth one? Guess it has to be you. Official. I don't want to waste fishes, so I'm gonna go like this.
Eyes on me!
The process of elimination.
You two! Time to end them! Take flight! Sakura swirl!
Flicker.
Fulfill our pact! Suffer the wrath of Eve! Embrace the ice!
To ashes!
Scatter.
Get to work! You two! Time to end them! My apologies! Laline, East Papa, get him!
Eyes on me!
Whirling snow, Kamisato art, Sumetsu! Fulfill our pact! You two! Time to... My apologies!
Flicker.
Get close.
To ashes!
Get to work! Suffer the wrath of me! Take flight! Embrace the ice! Fulfill our pact! You two! Whirling snow!
No, come on. I dare you.
So rude! Sakura swirl! Get to
ashes! Fulfill our pact! Suffer the wrath of Eastleigh! My apologies! Show no mercy! Laline, East Papa! Embrace the ice! Eyes on me!
The process of elimination.
No, bitch. Fucking bitch.
Get to work! Suffer the wrath of Eastleigh! Fulfill our pact! You two! Time to end them!
Flicker. How bold.
To ashes! Take flight! Kamisato art! Sumetsu!
Scatter.
Get to work! Laline, East Papa, get him! My apologies! Yeah! Sakura swirl! Yeah! Power that ended Haishan! Show no mercy! You two! Time to end them! Yeah! Yeah! Whirling snow!
So that's literally impossible here.
Well now.
My apologies! Fulfill our pact! Suffer the wrath! Ha!
You just come here.
Show no mercy! Whirling snow! Embrace the ice! To ashes! You two! Time to end!
Flicker.
Fulfill our pact!
No, come on.
Eyes on me!
The process of elimination.
No, come on, bitch!
Get to work! Kamisato out! Sumetsu! Lolling! Eat Papa! Get him!
Okay, who do I want? I want someone who... Actually, both would work. I need Electromore currently. Mr. Cash. Let's go like this. Yay! Gamba, gamba. Now, what do I want? Companion cryo. Let's get her.
Time to begin work?
No, this one, obviously. Okay, no, let's reroll. Companion random, that's better. For Rina. Sure.
I knew you'd miss me.
Superconduct evolution. Characters have advantage. You only have one crack character. Defeat 24 opponents. No, I only have one crack character that I don't. Characters who heal have advantage. I don't have any healing. Let's Electro. I might have fucked up.
Sometimes I worry that if I'm not careful, I might make a mistake that ends up putting you in even more danger. Once that thought enters my head, I start losing confidence in myself about the battles ahead. But I am determined to overcome my fears and focus on doing all I can when I'm fighting by your side. keep going. Whatever challenges lie ahead, you'll make mincemeat of them. At least that's the fate that your allies have foretold. What about me? My role is to be your loyal and dedicated assistant, of course. Why else would I leave the comfort of my home?
Quite a few books. Storybooks, mostly. A rare sight in the House of Dana. They claim it would distract the students from their studies. But if the fate of a student's studies depends on externally imposed restrictions, whether to storybooks or otherwise, they won't make it far in academia.
Since we got some time on our hands, do you want to take a seat and shoot the breeze for a bit? I brought some drinks if you're thirsty. With me here, we can take whatever this domain has to throw at us. There's no point in spending all your time worrying about what lies beyond the horizon. If it's a sunny day, you can snooze away. And if there's dark clouds ahead, you just gotta roll up your sleeves and sail on through the storm. That there's the secret to living a happy life.
One. So, okay, Raiden. Who do I want to fight against this one? Dendro. Okay, so I'll hate him here. I'm not using him right now. Then I'm going to use Raiden. Goat. And hope for her stuff. What about the characters I have left? Eesh. I don't have much of Dendro left. 1, 2, 3, 4. Most of the characters are Electro. Yeah. Okay, let's go there. Defeat 12 opponents, 4 opponents, 10 opponents. Let's try this one. Character preview, what I want, character details. I want to have Priesting here. And that will require dirt. But. Well, I can afford to use lots of electric characters. I'm not sure. Maybe like that.
Illusion shattered. Power that ended. Access denied. This is long overdue. Odds revealed. Inazuma shines eternal.
Oh, of course Baby doesn't work with her.
There is no escape. Born of ice and frost, all hail.
As you wish, me.
Now you shall perish.
It's a famous failed interaction.
Access denied for Rex Lapis. Illusion shattered, torn to oblivion. All hail. Midnight. Inazuma shines eternal. Born of ice and frost, this is long overdue. By royal decree, now you shall perish. There is no escape. No touching. Glaze over. Inazuma shines eternal.
Okay. I need to use cookie. Catalyze superconduct. Dendro. Okay, which Dendro character do I want now? Dendro characters have advantage. Powerful foils present. Ranged has an advantage. Okay, so I'm going to use... oh, I can't use Fisher. So I'm going to use... like that. Yes.
There's some pretty tough cookies lurking around in here, huh? Still, nothing to be scared of. If you're out on stormy seas and a giant wave is coming towards you, you only put yourself at risk of capsizing if you try to steer around it. But if you face it head on and take it on the bow, you can split that wave down the middle. I'm used to taking the helm when the storms come, so when we head into battle, feel free to put me up front.
I wonder how tough things will get as we keep going. Funnily enough, that's a question I rarely ask myself. I've always felt that so long as I focus on doing everything within my power to complete all of my duties, I'll take whatever troubles lie ahead in my stride. And if that still doesn't solve the problem, well, that just means I didn't work as hard as I should have, right?
It's not often that I have the chance to take a rest before the battle is truly over. I keep asking myself, can I really afford to take a rest yet? And if there are still monsters that have not yet been vanquished, the answer is no. I cannot stop now. You'd like to join me in a moment of meditation? Oh, all right. Close your eyes. Now, join me in turning your gaze inward, to the deepest part of your being.
Huh? This is supposed to be out of print! I've been looking for this for ages! I can't believe it! I wonder what else there is around here that I've been missing! I mean... The scrolls of destiny that anchored this realm in time and space make for a rather interesting read. Oz, lend me thy beak, and lift the veil of darkness. By the power of my Ode de Verurtelang, the tears and suffering described herein shall be etched in my memory. And
The best character I have. Supporting cast, yeah, okay, and about those other characters have advantage, I will have enough. Crier, yes. You here. You. And then... yeah.
Access denied for Rex Lapis! Stand with me! Lightning Skirk!
Defract! Flicker.
Come on! Focus!
I'll settle this.
Scatter!
Torn to oblivion!
Yay! Escoffier. Mr. Cash Free. Or Battle Elite. No, I think I am all out of elite battles. Oh, you can reset so. I still can use elite assault, but what do I need currently? I need 1, 2, 3, 4. Actually, I need 2 besides the 2 that I will use here, which are, by the way, I need a shielder, so Tender Shielder, Cryo Shielder, Cetus, or maybe Cetus, Tender Cryo characters. And Sun. Honestly, I need lots of characters. Let's get companion random. Sure.
Whatever would you do without me?
Companion crime.
The hunt begins!
And I can go for elite assault if I want to. I don't really want to. I'll get 3 characters out of this just by the process of doing shit, and we'll be able to get two to three more. So 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. But there is a chance to not get Sinchu. And there also is a chance to not get the other characters aside from Nahida, which I can only use once.
Will you join me in a game of Karuta? It is a fine way to spend leisure time. It will help us both relax, while keeping me sharp and focused. The only thing is, it is customary for the winner to be awarded with confectionery, but I do not know whether it can be brought in here. In that case, we can celebrate the victor at the Sacred Sakura some other time. Now, are you ready to be humbled?
I don't know if the thought of the battles ahead is troubling you, but if so, I do have one suggestion to make. We should make sure we're well rested before we proceed. We could find a safe spot to have an afternoon nap, for example. I always strive to do things perfectly, but so often I find that the harder I push myself, the more mistakes I end up making.
I do hope I'll get to read a story about a rebellious princess. You know, the type who sheds her long, cumbersome skirts and learns equestrianism, swordplay, perhaps even medicine. She'll live freely, take to the field to defeat evil personally, and defend the people and nation by her own hand. Huh. You know what? I might just write that story myself.
Having a challenging mid to long-term goal is a good thing. This applies equally to combat, job seeking, and the pursuit of knowledge. But what people get out of achieving their goal depends on the individual.
Don't like this. Other characters have advantage. I also don't like this. New melee and attacks have advantage? Sure. Defeat all opponents.
Hey everyone, so on my last Subnautica video where I killed every single Leviathan, I asked for a small 2,000 likes, and in return I'd play through the Death Run mod. But it seems like you guys might have misheard me, because that seems like a little bit more than 2,000 likes. So today, I set out to conquer Subnautica's hardest mod by 100%ing it. That's right, you all thought I was just gonna casually play through the Death Run mod, but as God's greatest gamer, that'd be too easy. So what exactly do I mean by 100%ing the game? Well, I have to complete the game, explore every wreck, collect and hatch every creature egg, find and hatch every cuttlefish egg, visit every life pod, collect all data entries and craftable blueprint thingies, and scan everything. And I mean everything. All while playing the Death Run mod on hardcore mode, meaning if I die, that's it, the run's over. If you don't know what the Death Run mod is, then all you need to know is that it makes the game harder by adding in a nitrogen meter which slows your ascent, higher creature aggression, high power consumption, random life pod spawns, increased crafting requirements, and a few other changes which would take too long to list. I'm also not allowing myself to kill any Leviathans during this run. If fast-paced, high-octane edits and violence are your thing, then go watch this other video where I kill every Leviathan in the game instead. Since you all decimated the last life goal, I want to see if we can do it again. So if this video gets 10,000 likes, then I'll play through the entire Death Run mod without moving. Yep, I'm gonna unbind my WASD keys and suffer through this mod again with even more difficulty. I don't even know if this is possible, but I'm willing to find out as long as this video hits 10,000 likes, so you know what to do. I apologize for the long intro, but without further ado, sit back and relax as I explain how I 100%ed Subnautica's hardest mod.
Okay.
The game starts like normal, with me pushing past women and children to take the last life pod off of the ship. However, you will immediately notice the first difference of this mod, as my life pod is sinking to the bottom of the ocean. Luckily, I got what I believe is a good spawn, as I'm only 75 meters deep and in the kelp forest. But I have no time to take in all the sights, as I immediately start grinding for materials. The first things I craft are an O2 tank to spend more time underwater and a floating air pump with some pipes. Now, you're probably thinking to yourself, Q, the air pump is useless because there's basically always air on the planet's surface. You see, this isn't the case because much like a Rainbow Six player's room, the air here is unbreathable, meaning we need to use the floating air pump to refill our oxygen. Not to mention, the sippy straw will be even more useful later in the run. Now, the astute viewers among you may have noticed that my life pod drains power faster than an iPhone that's one version behind. This is due to the fact that it now takes 15 power to craft a single item, and since my life pod is damaged, I can't regenerate power at a fast enough rate. So to fix this, we're gonna need the repair tool. Unfortunately, a main ingredient of the repair tool is cave sulfur, which is guarded by a Minecraft creeper. In normal Subnautica, these strawberry monoculous—
Don't be too weirded out if you see me with my mask off while we rest. This place is not that I'm
I was expecting to see weird and wonderful things in this place.
But so far, zilch. Ugh, no funky-looking critters with antennae on their heads, no plants full of funky-smelling juice. Even the monsters here are all ones I've seen before. If this carries on, I guess I can forget about trying to find any new cocktail ingredients here.
Do you think we'd ever see A in the outside world again if there were this many stories to read in her plane of euthymia? I, for one, rather doubt it. I have an idea. Let's tell her that we know a wonderful little domain full of light novels and tricolor dango. It's high time she got out of Tenshukaku for a bit. Ah yes, and dango milk too. They don't have it here. Well, don't look at me, little one. That's your job. Sort it out. Where there's a will, there's a way.
Bit late, because I already did everything here.
Whenever I'm reading a story, I like to picture it vividly in my mind. In the theater of my imagination, the scene plays out in full color. I can see the expressions on the characters' faces, hear their words, feel the cadence of their speech. Text on the page is transformed into a spellbinding show, and I watch with bated breath to see where each person's story will take them. So you see, I'm not just another celebrity. I've got solid directing chops too.
Looking creeps don't pose much of a threat, and you may lose half of your health if you're extremely unlucky. But in the Death Run mod, there's increased damage, meaning half of my health could end up being all of my health. I know I just started this run, so I shouldn't be as worried about dying, but if you keep that mentality when starting all of your hardcore death runs, you'll find yourself making stupid, avoidable mistakes and dying more and more, never actually making progress on your run. Basically, treat every run as if it's your last. With all of that talk out of the way, I finally encountered the crash fish and I was lucky enough to survive. I made the daring swim back to my life pod and collected some extra resources on the way. When I made it to my life pod, I immediately crafted the repair tool, but here you will notice the next quirk of the Death Run mod. Tools don't start with batteries, meaning you have to collect all the resources to make a battery before using a tool. Luckily, I collected plenty of acid mushrooms because there's no way I can enjoy this mod sober, and I also grabbed enough copper to make a battery. However, you may have noticed that this isn't the normal Subnautica battery. That's because it's another edition of the Death Run mod. Remember how I said the Death Run mod makes crafting recipes much more resource intensive? Well, here's a good example of that, because if I want the classic battery, it's going to cost me a diamond, lithium, salt, and silicone rubber, which are materials that require me to go deeper to collect. So what's wrong with the copper battery? Well, it only holds 75% of a normal battery's charge, it isn't rechargeable, and also heightened power consumption makes it disappear faster than your father after going out for some milk. Anyways, enough complaining about batteries and more fixing my life pod. Doesn't that feel so much better? It's now right side up. Still 75 meters deep, but at least it doesn't give me nausea to look at. With my life pod fixed, I feel I should go over my beginning priorities just so you all are not lost. Priority number 1, solve O2 problems and fix the life pod, which is what I've just completed in a record-breaking 19 minutes and 34 seconds. Priority number 2 is crafting the scanner and finding relevant blueprints such as the Sea Glide, Laser Cutter, and Mobile Vehicle Bay. Priority number 3 is to survive the Aurora explosion. Just like every other Subnautica run, the IRA gets their hands on the Aurora, turning it into a fireworks display. However, in this mod, if you're not 100 meters deep when the ship explodes, then the shockwave will kill you. But if that wasn't bad enough, the radioactive fallout spans across the whole map and goes down 55 meters deep. I feel now is a good time to mention that Death Run settings can all be adjusted to the user's preference, making it as easy or as difficult as you want. For the intended Death Run experience, I played with all of these settings at their default setting, except for one which I will explain later in the video when it's important. Now, back to the priorities list. Priority number 4, build the sea moth. Basically enough said. And priority number 5, explore the Aurora and repair it to stop the spread of radiation. All of these things need to be completed before I can even start thinking about the larger or more macro goals of the this run, so let's not waste any more time and start scanning. I scanned my first Sea Glide fragment and was jump scared by the fact that I now needed 4 fragments instead of the regular 2. I also scanned a trash can, which might not seem important, but since I need all the furniture scans to 100% the game, I might as well get this done now. You're probably wondering then why I haven't scanned any of the wildlife around the planet, since I'll need to scan those for 100% completion too. Well, I don't exactly have the battery life or the materials required to craft more batteries, meaning I should prioritize things which matter. I can find a lot of this wildlife everywhere in the respective biomes, but I don't want to scrounge around random wrecks I've already explored to find furniture items again, so if I see one, I'll be scanning it. Also, I know how much you guys love my montages, so I decided to save scanning for later so it can be made into a few awesome montages. With that, I found my first mobile vehicle bay fragment and nearly crashed out when I noticed I needed 10 fragments? What am I getting myself into? I also managed to get my third Sea Glide fragment, but this limited oxygen and constant slow resurfacing to set up the pipe was becoming annoying, so I decided to build a second oxygen tank. While I was out, I found the final Sea Glide fragment, as well as my first laser cutter fragment of 6. And I also found all of the beacon fragments, which has gotta be one of the most useful tools in this run for reasons you'll find out later. I then also found 2 more mobile vehicle bay fragments. With all the resources I collected, I was able to craft the Sea Glide and some additional batteries for it. However, I won't be fully utilizing it just yet, because it dies faster than a smoking pregnancy. With all the progression I've made so far, I feel it's a good time to get out of this dinky little escape pod and build my own base. The only problem is the builder tool requires a resource called magnetite, which is commonly found in the jelly shroom caves. I figured it wouldn't be too hard to get, so I set off for life pod 17, which spawns next to a said cave entrance. I set up the sippy straw for oxygen and made sure to collect the data entry from the life pod, making it the first life pod visit of the run. I also found the first sea moth fragment here and only needed 11 more? I don't see more than 6 of these in a normal run. How on earth am I gonna find 11? Well, I guess it's a problem for future me to solve. After refreshing my oxygen, I took a deep breath and started my descent into the jelly shroom caves to search for magnetite. However, my journey down here was cut short as I encountered yet another quirk of the Death Run mod, Personal Crush Death. So in this stupid thing called real life, when you go down deep in the water, the pressure becomes greater, and if you're not protected from such pressure, you'll end up on Live League. This mechanic actually exists in the base game for your vehicles, but not for the player. So how do I progress further if I can't go below 200 meters? Simple, I just need the radiation suit. How do I get the radiation suit, you ask? Well, I need the Aurora to explode, which is much sooner than you'd think. Since I'm not speedrunning my obituary, I began preparing for the Aurora explosion. I found a small cave entrance in the grassy plateaus which went down well beyond 100 meters. I placed my little sippy straw right the way down and marked it with a beacon while I went off and explored. While I waited for the timer to tick down, I visited Life Pod 6, making it the second required Life Pod visit of the run. I found the second laser cutter fragment, as well as 2 more sea moth fragments. I even managed to complete the mobile vehicle bay scans, which felt so good to have completed. On my way to the safety spot, I managed to find yet another sea moth fragment before taking another hit of oxygen and dipping down below 100 meters. I hope everyone else is okay. Surviving the Aurora explosion and having all my essential tools scanned checks 2 more boxes off of my priorities list. I quickly made my way back to the life pod and crafted up a radiation suit, which I purposefully collected all the resources for beforehand. Remember earlier when I said I kept all the death run settings default except for one? Well, normally this mod will bring up the Chernobyl filter whenever you're in radiation, even if you're immune. This is supposed to make the game harder because of the limited visibility or something, but for the sake of this video actually being watchable, I decided to turn the incredible gassy effects off so you could all enjoy watching this video. And since I'm talking about death run settings, I feel like now is a good time to talk about the heightened creature aggression. You see, I was going into this mod with the expectation that I'd be like a toddler, and these guys would all be pit bulls named Princess. But I quickly discovered that they're actually much more chill than most YouTubers who play this mod will let on. Yeah, they'll lock onto you and be a bit of a nuisance, and at times you'll get 2 or 3 guys chasing you. But as long as you attend to skip kindergarten and know to stay out of others' personal space, they're not that bad. As for why those videos show Leviathans chasing players through multiple biomes, I believe it's due to the fact that these YouTubers crank the creature aggression to max, allowing for the creatures to detect you through terrain. So the big, evil, scary Leviathan will always pop out at them from half a kilometer away. However, I haven't actually met a Leviathan yet, so maybe I'll be extremely humbled. With that boring yapping out of the way, I finally was all set for my expedition into the Jelly Shroom Caves. My pipe was waiting for me just past the entrance, and it was time to find magnetite. Not only did I collect plenty of magnetite while I was down here, but I also broke a decent amount of shale outcrops, netting me a handful of diamonds and lithium. A lot of other people who play this mod tend to visit the mountain island to grind for shale outcrops, but I honestly find the Jelly Shroom Caves and Mushroom Forest to be a much better spot for grinding these materials, as they're much larger and contain more goodies. Also, now's a good time to mention that in between recording sessions, my game absolutely broke and wouldn't even boot up past launch. I consulted the Oracle trying to find a fix for this, but to no avail, so I did the video game version of turning it off and back on again. I uninstalled the mod, integrity checked my files, and then reinstalled the mod, and everything seemed to be working again. However, for some strange and unexplainable reason, I had oxygen alerts. Why is this a weird thing, you ask? Because one of the only other changes to hardcore mode other than permadeath is no O2 alerts. Despite having O2 alerts, I swear this is still hardcore mode.
I thought I'd be able to find at least one story about mixology here, but nope. Just a bunch of fairy tales. Ooh, huh? Wait. Here's one. Hero convinces dragon to defend kingdom by playing dragon with alcohol. Puh. What a load of baloney. Hero defeats dragon. Princess defeats dragon. Prince gets defeated by princess. Ugh. I thought I'd be able to find at least... Ooh, huh? Wait.
I rarely encounter opportunities to rest mid-journey. During battle, slowing down is even more out of the question. However, given that this is not a solo operation, I will go along with what you think is best. In any case, this is an acceptable place for a brief period of respite.
I don't much like spending time in places where there's nothing to do. It's like looking at a blank page in a book. But since you're here, maybe we can liven things up a little to make this time more meaningful. Like... Oh, we could share some stories with each other before we set off again.
Well, there is much to do here, by the way. I read a bunch of books, for example.
I've led my teammates to victory against the Abyss many times before. I must say, the experience here is quite reminiscent of those moments. I'm enjoying the feeling of reliving past glories as we delve further into this domain. It's not often that you get to experience something like this. So let's take every opportunity to challenge ourselves here.
Render characters have advantage. Metal effects have advantage. So okay, time to roll. I don't think Mr. Cash will help me. I need 2 characters. No. Really no. here we go. Companion Dendro. That's one.
All expenses paid travel? Count me in.
Okay, whatever.
Something's come up?
And shields have advantage. Dendro characters have advantage. I have no clue.
I rarely encounter opportunities
no
to rest
chicanery.
mid-journey. During battle, slowing down is even more out of the question. However, given that this is not a solo operation, I will go along with what you think is best. In any case, this is an acceptable place for a brief period of respite.
Hero defeats dragon. Ugh. I thought I'd be able to find it. Ooh, huh? Wait.
And yeah, let's go once more. Oh. I think this will be the most chill battle. Electro. Let's go.
Is afoot. At least, I still think it's hardcore mode. I wouldn't know, because I didn't die. I was able to craft the habitat builder and set up a little X compartment with a few lockers and a fabricator not too far from Life Pod 17 and a Blood Kelp trench. In time, I will call this place home, but for right now, I decided to head over to the Aurora Mushroom Forest and scan some Cyclops fragments and a few Moonpool fragments. I also managed to finish off the Seamoth fragments and find the bioreactor fragments. This Mushroom Forest seemed to have dried up its Moonpool and Cyclops fragments, so I knew I needed to head over to the large Mushroom Forest to find the remaining fragments. I decided to set up a dedicated, comically large sippy straw right the way down to the ocean floor of this biome, which won't be removed for future resource gathering. Now you're probably wondering why I would do this. I'm getting close to having the Seamoth, so getting oxygen in the depths won't be much of an issue. Well, I'll explain my reason for keeping this pipe here later, since I've just found the last Moonpool and Cyclops bridge fragments. With these fragments scanned, I can head over to the floating island, scan up some base parts, and begin the resource collecting montage for my Seamoth, Moonpool, and base.
Yay!
Okay, so normally whenever I build in Subnautica, I like to create these large, beautiful, and well put together McDonald's play places. However,
so none of those would work, but if I did use anyone. Electro, superconduct, sure. Sanlin. Getting Sanlin. Would getting Sanlin be better? For whatever I'm going to do. Then increase the catalyst. Something like that.
For this run, you'll have to deal with this. I'm sorry, but as much as I'd love to create a beautiful base,
I sometimes have to face dangerous enemies when I'm out in the mountain gathering herbs. Like those greedy gut treasure hoarders. Or a boar in a bad mood. I know that not everywhere is gonna be as peaceful as the place where I grew up with my mom and dad. And Master won't always be there to protect me. That's why I practice the spear, even though I don't really like it. It's so I can drive those pesky varmints off all by myself.
Our foes grow in strength, but that isn't entirely a bad thing. You need constant challenges to keep your skills strong and your judgment sharp. Otherwise, you lose your edge. There's no useful experience to be gleaned from plateauing. We've got each other's backs, so let's push ourselves today.
You know, it occurs to me that I'd probably get along with the manager of this mysterious place really well. When I first got here, I heard that elegant and dignified symphony. It's my favorite kind of music. If we ever got to meet, I'd present them with the perfect dish to accompany that symphony, as a thank you gift for the great mood this music's put me in.
Is there a box around here I could borrow? You know, big square box with that fresh cardboard smell. I just thought I might take a quick nap since we're not busy right now. Is that all right? I promise I'll take great care of it. Just like I take care of every parcel I ever deliver.
Do you get inside the parcel? The quintessential cat.
it would require a lot of resources, which I don't have. And believe me, every last resource you collect in this mod is valuable, so you can't go around wasting it on windows and extra multi-purpose rooms. Don't worry, it's not gonna look this ugly forever. Now, you may have noticed that there's a few extra ingredients required for the sea moth, that being a bunch of random plant samples. The bulbbush sample wasn't that hard to get, and neither was the mushroom sample, but the ghost weed. That's gonna be a toughie as it sits below 300 meters deep into the blood kelp Kelp Trench. But before I prepared for my journey down to the Marinara Trench, I figured I'd explore the first of many required wrecks of this run, and to no one's surprise, it's this big wreck right next to my base. I managed to slice my way inside and found all the battery charger and modification station fragments, which will become very handy for the future of this run. Okay, since I've pushed it off long enough, let's dive down the Blood Kelp Trench and collect my Ghostweed sample. I built a long, goofy pipe down about 190 meters deep. I picked up some uranite and some shrooms, because how else do you think I edit these videos? But there was no sign of Ghostweed nearby, and I clearly didn't have enough oxygen to find it. So I decided to craft a rebreather, which will give me more time underwater, as well as more pipes, bringing my sippy straw down to 223 meters deep. From there, I took the perilous dive down and eventually came across the Ghostweed. I slashed it with my knife and returned safely to my pipe. Just like the other pipes, I'm leaving this here for future resource gathering. After all of that, I finally had all the resources to craft up the mobile vehicle bay and then the sea mod. Luckily, all the grinding in the jelly shroom caves and mushroom forests netted me plenty of lithium and diamonds for spare power cells. Instead of crafting the moon pool, I decided to take the sea moth out for a test drive. I approach another grassy plateaus wreck, and since I'd need to visit it eventually, I decided to just explore it now.
Makes sense. Makes sense. Your quote-unquote yay. One transient reason. What the fuck? Yeah, that's ridiculous, Wolfie.
We've been fighting for a while now. Are you holding up okay? I prepared some treats and drinks to perk us up. They're nutritious too, so you'll recover your energy in no time. Being well supplied is essential to victory, so let your Patissiere Supreme take care of all your nutritional needs.
Stories from other lands are something new and precious to me. I cherish the opportunity to read them during our rest time. I hope I can finish them. Look at all the wonderful printing and the beautiful illustrations. Oh, could we read some stories together? Only if you want, of course. There's a lot of interesting details I want to share with you.
This little book is truly exceptional. The gripping plot is one thing, but the characters? Wow, they're so well-rounded. They really break the mold. I can't thank you enough for inviting me to this incredible place. The next time I find a good novel, I'll make sure to get a copy for you.
There's only a handful of monsters blocking the way ahead. Surely I won't need to personally make an appearance. I mean, I did read your report. It's just... Okay, perhaps they do look a little tough, yes, but mostly I'm just not feeling up to fighting today. No, of course I'm not afraid of them. Fine. If you insist on performing as a duo, then I shall indulge you.
So that was dumb. Should have utilized the buffs. The hell. 4 out of 4. 10. And now who should I unlock? Well, Shenhe, obviously. I just got her. And it is beautiful. So, yeah. Right on. Chicha. Island, cook, forge, furnishings, trans domains. No. Well, I will do some of that, but not all of that. Thank you for your performance.
In a few seconds, you're about to see why I left the pipes dotted around for resources despite having the mobile oxygen machine, trademarked. That's because whenever I exit the Seamoth at a depth, it drains a lot of its power. This is also why I made sure to have plenty of spare power cells since I don't want to get caught stranded without power. I scanned a vending machine, I know, super important, right? And then found the lightweight high-capacity O2 tank in this Rex data box. Not entirely useful, but we need it for 100% progression. Because I desired something actually useful, I decided to head over to the sparse reef wreck and was very careful not to pass the Seamoth's crush depth. While investigating this wreck, I got the prawn suit torpedo arm scanned and the vehicle upgrade console data box, which is exactly what I came here for. Once I made it back to my base, I struggled with this game's building mechanic for a hot minute before finally building the moon pool and added the vehicle upgrade console. I docked the Seamoth inside my base and immediately named my trusty Seamoth Orange Cut. With the 4th beginning priority completed, there was only one more left on the list. One which I've been somewhat dreading this whole time, that being exploring the Aurora. Except, I kinda don't really want to do that right now. Not because I'm scared, but because I wanted to have a bunch of blueprints as well as clearing out a very important part of 100%ing this game. That being, exploring every single wreck. Not only will I be furthering the goal of visiting all wrecks, but I'll also be furthering the goal of collecting all blueprints and furniture scannables too, since many of them can be found in these wrecks. I hopped into my trusty upgraded Seamoth and headed off to the sparse reef to finish exploring that wreck. I scanned a few thermal reactor fragments and also got the reinforced dive suit blueprints items, which will be very important for reasons that I'll get into later. I also found the first power cell charger fragment, which I needed for when I have a Cyclops, and also found the Cyclops fire suppression systems data box. If that wasn't enough goodies from this wreck, then how about this time capsule sitting near it? You see, the time capsule is a very cool mechanic, which allows players to give their valuable loot to other players on their save. I continued my wreck exploration by going to the wreck in the Grand Reef, where I found the Cyclops Depth Module Mark 1.
Water comes in many flavors to the discerning palate. Mondstadt's water is crisp and pure, while water from Liyue has an enduring aftertaste.
Alright. Guess that's going to be it for the stream. Some days 5 hours, 29 days, 8 days, 19 hours. Archon quest unlocked. Quick start available. Cool. Yeah, that's going to be it for this